Hello, 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 hello. Today we're going to have a cozy little classic day. I know that's not everybody's cup of tea. We are a retail channel after all, but just want to chill out a little bit. Was going pretty hard this week, and just gonna do something relaxing. I guess if I die, I don't know if I'd start another character or not, or if I would do something else. But I'm just gonna play this today and chill out and kind of relax a little bit. Anybody who comes by, we can talk about whatever. Just very chill day. That's the plan. Tomorrow is my 3-year old's birthday. He's turning 4. Or it's his birthday party. His birthday's on Monday. So tomorrow I will be late. For sure. So I'll probably just go a little bit later than normal. And we'll probably do, that'll probably be a good day to do like retail keys or something like that. That'll be kind of the tentative plan. All right. Here today, we're going to try to run Scarlet Monastery. Hopefully, that's just what I got invited for. A lot of cloth in this group, but that's okay. Wait, somebody bit me when I walked by him. Funny. All right, so I think on Classic you go around, yeah, you go like around Undercity to get here. Oh, they're already almost there. Your PvP flagged. Who's PvP flagged? Must have got too close to a guard. Watch out for hordes. This hunter's marked. The zipline guards, the Zeppelin guards. They called it zip. So I want to go around everything here. Probably go inside. Instant if you can. Safer. Alrighty. It will stop the damage, blah blah blah. What's up, man? It's going good. Just taking a chill day today. Playing some classic WoW. I know it's not everybody's favorite here. No, not today. I had a busy week on WoW. I had to do the Brawlers Guild. That was exhausting on Tuesday. And then because it took so long to get it done and then make the video. And then we had a bunch of RET changes come out. And so I was testing, doing a lot of Mythic Plus on the beta and stuff. I have updated my house a little bit though. I finished off my porch. I need to figure out how to do the railing a little bit better. And I made some stone pathways to like the different things I had in the yard and stuff. And I had a couple extra things that I got inside as well. If I die on classic though, this is hardcore or whatever. If I die on this, who knows? I might get on and do housing. I'm gonna do something chill either way. So I'm not gonna do like any kind of keys or anything today. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at too. So I really want to get more dwarf type pieces and more paladin type pieces, but there really aren't any. I was looking through like the catalog and stuff. They just haven't quite added the stuff that I want yet. So like a lot of people that I've seen, they either like or if you're horde, so if you can have like a very orcish one, of course, very elven. So not even humans. Humans don't even have that much, even though it's based out of Elwyn. There's just not a lot of the stuff that I want, I would say. But I'll get there. I'm sure they'll add it. I'm gonna add Christmas stuff. So they're probably gonna put Christmas decor out. And I'm gonna put that in, but that would be on Monday, I guess. I think that's when Wintervale starts. Yes, exactly. So I agree. A lot of the houses are looking similar, like the really cool ones that people are posting. And it's because there's not enough options yet. So when you're going all out and using every single item, but there's only so many items, there's naturally going to look like different versions of each other. That's kind of what I was thinking too. Like I was like, oh, I'd like to do this, but then it's like 100, that I've seen, but probably thousands of people already have this exact setup. And I saw somebody make like an attempt at like a dwarven themed. I've seen dwarven themed house, but they're using like a lot of elf stuff, which doesn't really fit to me. Yeah, we got 2.5 months still on that, but yeah, I'm ready too. For sure. I love the beginning of seasons as well. Just in general. I like getting building my gear up and stuff. Yeah, Remix was really busy and I was when Remix came out I was still working on my gear on for the season and it was very, very busy. And then flat. That's exactly how I would describe it as well. Or dry. Flat dry. Yeah, I haven't either. None of the Legion stuff really works with what I'm doing. Some of them look cool, but like I can't imagine ever using them honestly. What I there was something in Legion Remix I might have used. I can't remember what it was. Maybe it was just like a book or something. I don't know. Oh, there's stuff from certain vendors that you can get. So not like the achievement unlocks and stuff that are all like fell, but there is some stuff from some of the vendors there. Obviously, the order hall stuff, of course, but there's other stuff too. I think Val Shara has some. I don't even know what dungeon we're going to. I just got invited. Guest library. Okay. Unicore connected purchasing Diablo. Yeah, it's I mean, I think it's expected, right? And for a lot of people, they buy both games either way. But yeah, for me, as someone who doesn't really play Diablo, it's obviously unfortunate, but I can't pretend that I care too much about it. A sigh is a good way to put it. It's like, yeah, I get it. Dodged. Yeah, the rug's nice. I liked the chess table though. I think it was a chess set or something. That's what I really liked. I would love to have that, but I'm not gonna play Diablo, so there's no reason for me to get it. What's up, Fuzzy? Yeah, so a lot of the changes were for Herald. What's cool if you want to, what the cool thing to test out is on Herald when you are in your wings. It feels really good with Radiant Glory, but it feels fine without it too. When you're in your wings, your Hammer of Wrath, your Blessing of Anshi or whatever, it uses a Blade of Justice as well. So like, let's say your Art of War is procced, you can press your Hammer of Wrath, and your Hammer of Wrath hits. Oh, it's what's up, Thomas? Sorry. Yeah, that is weird. Fuzzy Bear versus Thomas. That's odd. But yeah, um, on retail if or on beta if you Herald if you use your Hammer of Wrath, it uses a tick of Blade of Justice or a charge, so you can spec into the 2 charges of Blade of Justice, and then you can just spam Hammer of Wrath basically. It's like the easy way to put it. It's cool to try out. I mean, you'll see what I'm talking about if you try it. It really solved the issue of having too many buttons to press on Herald. Oh, for on the beta. Um, no, the right now Herald's ahead on the beta, but it's way too early to know. I mean, we don't even have a set rotation or anything. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think it's a cool name. Fuzzy Wuzzy was a bear. But yeah, it's too early to know for sure. But right now, Herald's technically stronger, but that might change. Crusade's probably better for single target, and I think Radiant Glory is probably better for AoE. They also changed the Divine Toll. Instead of taking Resonance, you can take 30-second Divine Toll, which is really good for dungeons specifically, or AoE, which is it kind of lines up them with Radiant Glory. For delves, I mean, delves is probably I mean, right now it would be, I would do Radiant Glory and Herald and Delves. Rating, I'm not sure still what it's gonna be. And if they could definitely like nerf down Herald as well at some point, and then Templar would just take back over because Templar still is what it is. Ooh, somebody dinged. What's this guy doing? Maybe he didn't get the loot or something. Oh, he's just picking plans. Wait, did I have to kill that guy for a quest? I did. Wait, you can't interrupt the fireball? Mana burned me. Oh, the video last night. Yeah, I tried to frame it positively because I really wanted to give credit to listening to, like, the reality is I do know that the dev who works on RET knows about my channel, and so I always want to like give not scathing feedback, you know, not to placate to them, but to like be like, hey, I'll roll for this. To be like, hey, I'm on your team here. Let's try to make this better. So I do want to frame stuff positively when they do something good, and when it's like egregiously bad, then you have to say that. But I also it almost is a little scary, like how exact the changes were to what I was asking for. So I also need to like remind myself I need to be a little bit careful too, like make sure that I'm saying what's best for everybody, not just what's best for me. my turn to drink. Yeah. It's I didn't play much retail for like a month, which is a lot for me. The without rating, like rating was what really kept me logging onto retail all the time. And I would like to get back into rating again. I've said this before, but it would just have to be a really good situation for me. A situation that made sense as far as time investment and everything else. Yeah, the housing's great. Me and Fade were talking about earlier that they just don't have quite the plethora of decor yet. Yeah, I still actually need to get AOTC. I'm gonna do that at least. I cleared to the second. I killed Salazar pretty early on heroic, but I never. Then basically Legion Remix came out, and I just kind of forgot about it. I at least want to just grab AOTC, so I need to log on and just do that. Maybe I can need to do that tomorrow, or try to. Should be easy, I imagine, at this point. Yeah. I don't have the other quest for here, but oh well. Oh, it's my mage quest. I need to go get that. Yeah, Dementia seemed fun. Like, it seemed like a really fun fight. And it wasn't like a heavy weak aura fight or anything. So for like my guild, ironically, because they got rid of weak auras now, but the number one thing that my guild hated was weak aura fights. I think that's the case for a lot of people. So for, I would love if my guild came back to rating. I would probably ask to be on the bench. But yeah, at least get the kill, do some prog here and there. Well, other than that, I would have to have like just an absolutely perfect situation where it's like, hey, yeah, we'll have you come in on some bosses, we'll have you do this or that, but you don't need to be there every single time, every single raid day. Just a bench roll, really. That's all I'm really looking for. Yeah, he'd be on the bench either way. At their current damage. Once you get to like the rank, like the rank 1000th guild or whatever, it really is though. Like, even if Ret's in a bad place, I'm going to do more damage than the average player that's in that guild or whatever. Oh yeah, I mean Ret's fine. The damage is tuned low, but it'll be fine. I think the fact that, and I talked about this in my video, but the fact that they address they addressed all of the issues means that it's on their radar, and they still have 2 months, 2.5 months to make it perfect, or very good, or acceptable, whatever. Like normally in my guild, even if RET was bad, I would still be like a top 5 damage in against like meta classes, and some fights I'd randomly be first or whatever. But we had some really good players in my guild too. To be fair, really good DPSers like Parse Lords. Yeah, prog fights are the problem is with mine. I wasn't always first. Sometimes I was, but I wasn't always first. But we had, unfortunately, and I don't like to talk about it too much because I don't hate these people or anything. But we had some people who would literally do anything to get a good parse even on the prog fight. So yeah, I just didn't like there were times when people would be like having a really bad pull, and so they just don't bother doing the mechanic or something like that, and then everybody dies. And I don't think they ever, well, maybe sometimes, but I don't think it happened very often that they intentionally like wipe the raid. But I also think that they weren't too upset when the raid wiped and when they're having a bad pull, if that makes sense. So not necessarily intentionally wiping, but hypnotic blade and mantle 8-7. Don't need mantle. Do I just take hypnotic blade? I think I do. I think I at least roll for it. Ah, healer 1. I need to grab this key. Yeah, not intentionally. Yeah. Like we had this guy, and again, like the problem is I got along with these people, right? And they respected me because I was a good player too and everything. But like we had a guy, for example, he was assigned to do a mechanic on a fight, and by doing that mechanic, he basically wasn't able to parse. And I'm pretty sure he was failing the mechanic on purpose so that he could do something else, so he didn't have to do it, so he could parse. That's always unfortunate because then that takes away somebody else's chance to parse too by giving the mechanic to somebody else. Wait, this warrior's dying over here. That's what I always tried to explain. I'm like, we can parse on farm, and we'll kill faster if you guys aren't trying to parse on the prog. But yeah, it just didn't ever really go over well. So we never even. So then I would a lot of tiers I wouldn't even get a chance to parse because our prog would take too long because a handful of people were trying to parse on prog, and yeah, it was like a circular issue. Buff. Yeah, it was hard though. It was really hard because my guild was very close knit, and it was like friend. There, it was very much like a friend group. Like some of it was friend groups. There was multiple friend groups, and then some of those friend groups became friends with each other, and like so it was hard to like divorce yourself from those people in some ways. It would have been better for the guild, but it wasn't better for their friendships and stuff. I'm a married guy with kids, so like I wasn't like too in on like the friendship side of it. Not that I didn't like them, just I don't have time to like do that, I guess, as much. When my guild was at its very best, we had some toxic players, but they were like they also kind of held people accountable. It was ironic when my guild was probably when my old guild was at its absolute best. We had some super competitive and toxic people, but that weren't only interested in parsing. And then we also had like people that you would describe as they do mechanics over their damage, right? So they're always doing little things, but sometimes they're not doing damage even when you need damage. So unless it was a DPS check, it didn't matter. And then on a DPS check, we would have to tell them, hey, you got to do more damage, or maybe we'd have to sit them. But we actually just like that was like when we were at our best, I believe. That's what we got like 700th or whatever in a tier as 2 night. And like the guild when it was like on our Galliux kill, our last cutting edge, um, we had way more like top end players then, but it just wasn't as good. There was no accountability. There was no anything. Yeah, that's how I always feel too, and I think people lose that. It's like these are other human beings, and you're wasting their time by you. Now, what they say is, well, you're wasting my time by not knowing how to do the simple mechanics to some of the other players, right? That aren't trying to parse. Obviously, that doesn't include me, but which is why we got along, right? So like they always respected me because I'm doing every mechanic plus doing good damage. But the people who are doing subpar damage plus not good at mechanics, they're like, well, that's why I'm just trying to parse because these people are holding me back. Finish watching Netflix about for dinner. Might be back in a few if you're still live. All right, see you, Fade. I'll be live for another like 3 hours or so, maybe longer. I'm eventually going to go longer as I get more used to streaming, but I don't want to burn myself out when I'm still learning. But yeah, I'll be alive for at least another 3 hours. Oh shit. Sorry. Okay, Healdorf wins. Fiddling it. Oh, the other player's house is randomly. Oh my gosh! So I did a funny thing. I Yeah, I totally agree. Fuzzy. I hope I can continue to grow that. When it comes to the housing thing, I have a funny story too. So, um, my old guild, there's still people in it. They just aren't raiding anymore, and they're doing their housing and stuff. And so I just joined their neighborhood on my main, or just as my house or whatever. And one of their houses, I walked into it, and all it had was a chair, a carpet, stuff on a table, and then a big painting of Xalatath in front of the chair. So I took a screenshot of me sitting on the chair and posted it into their Discord saying, "I wonder whose house I'm in." He posted like the meme of the little kid giving peace sign and then fading out because he was embarrassed. Yeah, that's my goal, man. There wasn't anybody doing great PvE coverage of RET, and that's why I even made the channel to begin with. I was a complete noob when I made the channel. Like I didn't really. I always say I didn't really start making content probably until Shadowlands. That's when I was like, okay, I'm actually going to try to make content, which was a terrible time to start really trying to make content. By the way. Yeah, I mean, I don't care as long as you don't break any YouTube rules or say anything or whatever. Like, other than that, I don't care. I guess if my son was ever in the room or something, I would expect people to behave a little bit better. But like, as long as you're not breaking the YouTube rules or whatever. Yeah, there's definitely wild stuff like feet shrines and stuff. Yeah. At least two of my guildies or yeah, I'll just call them my guildies because I'm still in the guild on my other characters have stuff like that. a good point for the beta. Seems to be a... Oop, got a subscriber. That was loud. Midnight base, you might be able to ride that train. Yeah. I mean, that's what I hope, right? Like, Dragonflight was really big for me because we did the rework for RET. That's really kind of what started me off, like, actually kind of having my channel be a bit successful. So, hopefully Midnight's really successful and a lot of people play and everything else. Yeah, I like I said, at least two of them in my guild have like a weird room or whatever, right? Like whatever you want to call it. We'll call it like a weird room or a raunchy room. Usually it's like hidden in their house somewhere. It might be behind like a hidden bookcase or something. Yeah, I definitely am not going to do that because you know my my kid will probably be working on my house too. But it's funny to see other people do it. This healer in here is freaking out. He's like, we're pulling too much. We need a single target down. We need to sheep everything. Just being a jerk too. Yeah, I agree, Fade. They're either super good or just funny. I think my guildies was like that on purpose too. I think he wanted somebody to walk in and see his like little seat with picture or whatever. It was just comedic. The healer's gonna freak out because we pulled 4. We have 2 mages. Why did that NPC just heal itself at full health? That's so weird. Alright. Time to AoE. Oh, resist. What do I turn this into? Oh, Iron Forge. Okay. That's better than no neck. Seven intellect, 6 spears. Yeah, we have a really good shoulder, so. A double Mimeridion. This dungeon is so chill and like it's going so easy. I don't know why this healer started freaking out earlier. I mean, it's just classic players, I guess. The ones the health is ever dropping. Started classic till yesterday. Yeah, I'm debating when to play, if I'm gonna play like BC or whatever. But I really want to. I wanted to just as a goal. I wanted to get a hardcore character to 60 because it's kind of fun. I mean, I've died at 58. I've died at 51, but I haven't. I've died at low level as well. But I really want to get a 60 on hardcore. BC's still a little slow for me, but the game got a lot funner in Burning Crusade. Yeah, that's the other thing too, right? There's nothing to do in retail, so classic becomes a lot more appealing. Keeping? Come on. Probably rebuff. Now the healer, we're on the last boss. Now the healer, after being insulting and mean earlier, says, "You guys are doing great." Healer says, "No." We'll use a shield here. What's he got? Bonebiter? Whirlwind. Oh, dang. The whirlwind axe. So 1 second. Yeah, this fight, I don't mind going slow for this one. This is level 40, and I'm barely even gonna hit it. Majestic's not gonna hit it at all. It's up to the warrior and hunter. I need to turn that. Oop, we're going. Oop, there's the first resist. And he's resisting me more than Majestic, and he's lower level than me. Like stuck. And now the mage is getting resisted. Ooh, right shoulders for them. Good for them. See if we get the Tabardo. Aw, no Tabard. Alright. He's Hearthen. I'm gonna teleport Ironforge then. Cool. I'm glad we got that done. Wanna try Calf? Not with this group. Thank you for group. Sorry, I was annoyed with you. Healed or... Never mind, he left. Oh yeah, I need to grab these quests. I'm pretty sure my mage quest is in there too. It can be. It depends what your eye level is. Like, I normally get invited immediately, personally. But yes, if you mean like trying to get into like you're just starting out, yes, it is hard. Like you don't have IO yet or anything. Score. What can I get rid of? I can get rid of this. Oh yeah, so yeah, it's gonna be a little bit hard. Beginning of season's really rough for me unless I join group with my guildies or whatever, with other people. It's rough. You have to just build your score up, and you're doing keys that you're way better than. It can be rough. I'd like to grab that quest, but I can't yet. I need to go get these. Oh, 714 eye level, yeah. I think I'm like 728, so I usually get, especially for the level of keys I'm trying to do, just for weekly keys and stuff, I usually get invited really quickly, but it just depends where you're at. You have to get through that first, you have to push through all the other muck, you know? And then you will get invites. RET's pretty good in Mythic Plus. Yeah, I put it together a little bit late, but I once you switch to 719 to 714, I realized what you're saying there, because it wouldn't make sense to clarify your score by 5, but eye level it does. All right, we're going to the marsh. Let's sell some stuff. Yeah, that rating is fine. It's just everyone's going to be looking for as high eye level as possible. And then you'll have someone like me queuing for the same exact key as you, and they'll choose me because I have higher eye level, which makes sense. I actually got geared just as fast this tier without rating as normal, but because when you do enough Mythic Plus, you just most of your gear comes from there, which I think is kind of a problem. There almost needs to be either more gear in raid or less gear in Mythic Plus, but I don't know if less gear in Mythic Plus is too helpful either for those players. Yeah, crests are big. I'll probably do retail keys tomorrow. There you go. Instant invite. We need to go to the marsh. This will be a little sketchy going here because the stuff here is like higher level than me. But I want to get these done then. Yeah, Frostbolt slow. I'm playing the easiest thing on Classic, just trying to get to 60 Frost Mage. And everything's about like slowing, like you can make your stuff slow more, you can make your stuff freeze on the ground. I always liked playing. So my last mage I got pretty high level on. I played fire. I loved Palm Pyro. So you would use Presence of Mind instant cast, and then you would use a Pyroblast, and you would, if it crit, you could sometimes, especially somebody who wasn't very geared or whatever, you could like one shot them. It was literally 2 buttons, and it was considered like this big tech back in the day. But my goal was to get to 60 and then like Makara people and surprise them that I have that, because everyone just plays Frost because it's safer. I actually had some people. So obviously I'm not. I'm just starting streaming basically, but I had some people ask me if I would play only Fangs if I was invited, and I'm interested. I think if I did, I think that's when I would do my idea of where I play a character that just needs on everything. I'd play just a character and I just need on everything. I'm like, hey, I'm gonna need that, and it becomes a joke, and obviously people would get annoyed with me, but then that's like drama or whatever. If I did do it, I'd do something silly like that, but obviously I'd have to get to that point first. Need Smite's hammer. Dude, that sells for a lot of gold. That's like a mage or something. I love this Dumero music, man. Maybe it's at 38 I get it. I thought I had a mage quest to go to the SM library, but we'll see what we get here. Alright, scary runtime. Me alone? Obelisk. He's at least close to my level. Freeze him. Alright, this wasn't too bad. When I walked through here the other day and it was really scary. Yeah, hidden secrets, that's what it is. Do I have a jade? No. Shimmering flats. Oh, my quest log is full. We can get rid of... What can we get rid of? We can get rid of this for now. No. Get rid of... I don't know if I'm even going to do this quest. Maybe this one? That's Deathless. I mean, that's level 40. We ain't going to do that yet. We won't worry about it. Easy. So I need to go to Shimmering Flats. What's up? Oh crap! That's like a boss. Oh, let's get out of this guy. Mana shield. Oh no, leave me alone. Okay, we're good. We're good. Slime's gonna attack me. Into another slime. Might have to potion here. Stop dazing me. Please, I beg you. Oh, we got them all freeze. We'll potion just to be safe, but we're probably good. Oh, spider. Okay. Left combat for now. Let's just get full health and mana to be safe. Whew, a little bit stressed there. Okay, this dumb spider's probably gonna attack me. At least I'm full health. This 8 still hasn't started. I was about to say, you'll have to let me know how it goes. No tanks or healers. Yeah, it's hard because a lot of tanks and healers, even if they probably should be doing an 8, they'll just do a 10. Like they're always gonna push higher because they'll get invited, even if they have low score or low, eye level. The lower keys are harder to fill. That's unfortunate. Yeah, if you can get an invite, could be the play. 9:30 p.m. here in UK. Oh yeah, that's true. I mean, I don't know. That's probably, yeah. I would say like 3 hours earlier than that is probably like when keys are popping off the most. Obviously, it's the end of season two, so it's less popping off. But yeah, time definitely matters. If I try to do keys at like midnight my time, there's like nobody doing keys at midnight, even. That's so long. Here you go, 10 halls. Halls can be rough if your tank's bad, but hopefully not. Hopefully they aren't. Yeah, it just matters. Like at a 10 too, you don't have to pull that place crazy. That's what makes it. Hall is actually really easy if you pull it slow, but if you do the meta pulls, it actually is can be. It's one of the harder ones. But at 10, you should be able to pull it more conservatively. First boss is normally hard for healers. So if you want to play it proactively, first boss, be ready if you have to lay on hand somebody or whatever. Use your defensives wisely. But I would say that's a big issue. Healing is also an issue on the third boss. The pull after first boss, if he does the big pull, is rough on the tank. So if that's on the tank, but I'm trying to think about the pain points of that dungeon. I have to bring it back to her. Oh, where do I get this from? Hold on. I thought it was library I had to do. Rituals of Power, Wowhead. It is in the library. Okay. Alright, so we're gonna run library again. Easy. Yeah, we'll do that. Armory, library. I mean, we want to run library more than armory, so we'll list library. We'll kill some ogres and then hopefully get invited to another library. Oh, he drops illusionary rod too. That would be good. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Might get somewhere safe and go grab dinner real quick. Want to try and duo library? Nope. I sure don't want to die. At least to the bookshelf? Nah. I'll message him back at least. While we probably could. I'll pass. I'm about to eat dinner anyway. Hello. Good luck to you, though. Get somewhere safe. I'll probably log out. So that way we're very safe. I'm gonna grab food, get a drink, go to the bathroom while I'm up. All that jazz, and I'll be back. Yo, Mario. What's up, man? I'm about to go AFK for just a second here. I'll be right back, though. I'm gonna see what's for dinner and go to the bathroom, get a drink and stuff. I'll be right back. Cool hat. Make sure I log off first so I don't die. Alright. Oh no, we're disconnected. Nice thing about having kids is you have these wipes. And then you can make sure when you're eating at your computer desk, you always keep your hands clean. We'll eat between pulls and regen our mana. Let's do another pull. Oh, regen mana. I could probably AoE these things down. Is this the only quest in Classic that has a good drop rate? Could be. Of course, after I say that, it doesn't drop anything. Did I watch the Game Awards? I did watch some of it. Um, I, s- I turned out for a lot of the middle of it. I know that Expedition 33 won a lot of stuff. But I watched the beginning of it, and I watched the very end of it. I have a group. Oh, yep. I better finish eating. Let's rip. Oh, wow. We have a high group. We could probably do all of it. Timed it. Good job, Fuzzy. No interest in Diablo 4. I don't really play too much ARPGs. I played Path of Exile when it was new, and I liked that a lot. But for me, at least, I I'm almost too competitive, so I don't like doing things unless I'm really good at them. And there's so much to learn about in those games that I just don't feel like putting the time into it. But overall, I actually do have interest in it. Like, if I had, infinite time, I could definitely see myself playing Diablo 4, Path of Exile 2 on the side. Or retrain my mind to be like, okay, you don't have to be the best at it. I also played original Diablo back in the day when I was a kid. On an old white computer, a big white monitor. Friend at school gave me a copy of it. Yeah, the Paladin does look cool, right? I mean, I thought of that too. I saw S-Fan playing it and stuff. I'm like, I get it. Like, I'm a Paladin guy. Yeah, they released it. Came out, literally just came out. They announced it at the Game Awards or whatever. They added Druid to Path of Exile, and they added Paladin to Diablo. Well, now this group needs a tank again. Oh yeah, I remember floppy disks. I had the original Myst game on floppy disk. I had some Olympic game on floppy disk. It's funny because my family did not have very much money, but we got a computer really early. It was crappy, but we had one. Very flashy. Come on. Yeah, I agree. We'll farm some of these rings while we. Oh, these are level 40. Oh well, probably fine. Did you do really good in it? Oh, for comparison. I don't usually log my keys. I probably should. I do really well in keys. I'm probably a parse lord in keys. Oh, we're full. Who's farthest away? Zeta, Blumpkins. Is he dead? Yeah, he's way down there. I'll kill a couple more. Tyler's Judgment wasn't dead last, doing 100 DPS, like on beta. What eye level do you need to solo dungeons? In which version of the game? Like retail, remix, classic? In remix? Okay. It eye level you want to be max eye level if possible. So 740 whatever, or it's higher now. So at least 740. You don't have to be max eye level. So whatever the previous max was, which I think was 740, and then what really you need is verse. So like to do the plus 30 key achievement, you probably need like 200 to 300 verse. To do a 49 key, you need like 700. That's like the highest achievement. You need like 700 plus verse. And the verse is from obviously when you open up your weapon panel and you click on the far right side, that point keeps giving you more and more verse. That's another thing I need to do. I kind of want to push up my score. I'm close to being the number 1 Rat Paladin on Remix. I'm number 2. I kind of want to push my score up, but you have to get lucky and roll the right key, unfortunately. So, like, I need a Vault of the Wardens, for example, but my key hasn't rolled to it. Number 1 NA, but there's a Chinese player ahead of me. My bad. I just got flagged, I think. Yep. There was an EU first. He was actually in chat. Oh, anyway, sorry, I got flagged for PvP and got off track. Yeah, the EU. His name's Ty. He was the number one, but they nerfed. They made it easier to do solo keys in the last update, and so he's like down to like third or fourth now. But he said he probably isn't going to push again. It would be terrible if I got just one shot by a horde rogue right now. All that I forgot. I'm such an idiot. I forgot you can't run the dungeon twice in a day. Let me get out of here because I'm flagged. That stinks. I'll have to run it next time.
Making a special purchase? You have a great
Okay, so what we could do is we could level up and then try to run Cathedral. That might be the play. We finish these, or at least this quest. Maybe both of these. Dang. And then we can queue for Cathedral. Yeah, something like that. My worst raiding experience. Okay, I got a good story for this one. It would be back in Wrath of the Lich King. It was a pretty like a decent guild for back then, right? If you played back then, you know guilds. It was a lot different. Like people were not as hardcore and like going over everything, but we killed bosses pretty quickly. And the guild leader, he was a bit of like a yeller, whatever. I didn't mind it. He was never really yelling at me. Um, he was loud and stuff, but he was also like a businessman in real life, like a pretty successful business guy. And he had to go, or it was a vacation or something like that during Prague. So he put his number two person in command. Now, this has nothing to say against the type of people or whatever. Like, this is nothing like racist or whatever. But the second in command was like this Indian guy, and that's what it made it funny to me because he just had a very thick accent, which tends to happen. Um, and he was put in charge, but what he was the person in the guild who like made sure all the potions, all the stuff in the guild bank, or I don't even know if there was guild banks yet, but everything was ready for the guild. He did all like the hard work, but he wasn't a raid leader, and he wasn't in charge of raid or decisions, whatever, right? So he was the raid leader. He was a rogue, I believe, and we're in. I want to say it was probably Nax, so beginning of ICC, or beginning, not ICC, beginning of Wrath, and an item, a really really good item dropped off of something that was like the best in slot for a bunch of people, and he he did the normal thing. We just rolled for our loot, whatever. Like, all right, everybody roll for main spec or whatever. And so everybody who wanted it rolled. It wasn't for me, so I didn't roll. But some guy won it with like a high roll or whatever. And then, like, while he was doing the loot, he just loots it to himself. And everybody in the guild was like, what the heck? The other guy won that. Why did you take that? What's going on? Like, what are you doing? Like, give him a hard time, which was deserved. And he's like, well, I do all the work for the guild, and I'm the raid lead, and I'm raid leading, and he's getting more and more animated as he talks, but he's just saying all these things like, I deserve it, you don't deserve it. And he starts getting like weirdly like obsessive and personal, almost like Golem with the ring in Lord of the Rings. Like, it's like, this is my loot, well, it's my precious, whatever. And he's like freaking out about it, and everyone just keeps giving him a hard time because it was a totally terrible thing to do. And he just keeps he just keeps freaking out, and then he starts eventually crying, and he's like openly sobbing for like 20 minutes during the raid. Everyone's picking on me and bullying me. I deserve it, and you guys are picking on me. And just like, it was terrible. It was like the most awkward night of raiding of my life, because we finished the raid. Keep in mind, we finished raiding after all of this. And then after that raid, though, the guild completely fell apart because of that. So that was my worst raiding experience. It was a really weird loot situation with sobbing, and then the guild falling apart. All in an Indian accent, by the way. Which, whatever. I think it's okay to think that's funny. Everyone liked him before that too, because he did everything for the guild. I would have never guessed that he would do something like that. That he would just like steal the loot and then freak out about it. Yeah, he definitely played into a stereotype. The guild leader came back at one point. He's like, "What happened?" And everyone told him, and he's just like, "Oh, okay." He just didn't care. Just... Have I ever been kicked from a raid? No. I can't say that I have. I've always been a pretty good player and pretty valuable player, I'd say. And I don't cause any drama or nothing. I I have probably a best raid story as well, at least for me. Um, it was pretty cool. So in Cataclysm, right? I think it was Cataclysm when they re-released Onyxia. Was that Cataclysm? I think so. My guild at the time was I can't remember exactly what happened. I think we had too many people, and they really wanted to kill Onyxia the first night, and so we split into two groups, and I got put basically on the B team group. And the B team group didn't have a raid leader in it, so I decided I would lead the raid, and I would just step up and do it. And I'd never led a raid before. And we go into Onyxia, and we kill it first of all before the A team whatever kills it. The Onyxia mount drops, and a druid in the guild won it. He goes, "I'm never going to use this. I only use flight form." And he asked the guild people if he could pass it to me for raid leading. And so the very first night of Onyxia. I got the mount. I raid led for the first time. It was like, it made me feel really good, you know? And I've done way cooler things since then. But that was still like a neat thing for me. That resonates with me. Yeah. Like, I didn't win the role, but because the druid won and he wanted to give it to me, I ended up getting the mount. So I probably had, you know, not the first because somebody would have killed it like earlier in the day, but I had like one of the first Onyxia mounts. So that's why that's one of my favorite mounts, and that's why I really like that you can put the Onyxia head in your house on retail and stuff like that. Like, there's reason that's like the reason why, because that raid was like really cool for me. I've always been somebody in raid that was like always very valued and stuff like that. Like, it sounds like I'm bragging, but I'm not. Like, I just always have been like, if somebody mentioned earlier, it might have been Fuzzy, I'm not sure, but somebody mentioned earlier about the 19 other people, you know, don't waste their time. And so I've always just taken everything seriously. In Burning Crusade, I had a bunch of guilds wanted me to be their main tank, and in Wrath, I had like a bunch of good experiences, and Kata had that experience. And then once I started mythic raiding, I was always a very valued member of the guild. Just like little things, like they would always try to make sure that I got the first two-handed weapon to drop in mythic. So like throughout my entire career raiding mythic, I always had, you know, a really good weapon. Like, I never had to worry about playing with a crappy weapon or something, right? What happened in BFA? Oh yeah. Kick for low DPS. Yeah, I could see that happening. Like I understand. Like that's an obvious thing to happen. I mean, I have done low DPS in my life, of course, but probably not since Legion. So I wouldn't have had to worry about it since then. And then I did well enough before then, I would say. That's kind of cool, getting something you deserve, or like everyone saying you deserve it. That's similar to the Onyxia amount for me, right? But yeah, so in when was it? It was probably in Wrath. So I'd never DPS'd in Raid before. I was always a tank. But in Wrath, I became a DPS, and my DPS was lower than some other people. So I just literally I whispered the warrior that had all the best gear on and from the best guild on my server. I just whispered him and said, "Hey, how?" Like, I was like, "How do I do more damage?" Basically, and he didn't really want to help me at all, but he gave me just enough information that I shot up to being like the top DPS warrior in the guild, and that carried me for a while. But what it really did was it allowed me to look at the game a little bit differently than I had before, and that mindset has kind of carried me since then. Just the mindset of it's not always about what you think is cool or whatever. Some like you don't want to troll the other people in your raid by just picking what you think is cool if it's really bad. You got to pick the thing that is actually going to make the most impact if there's a big difference. When they added resilience to the game, like I used to PvP a little bit more back in the day, and they added resilience to the game. My my friends, my real life friends, thought it was dumb, and I got a bunch of resilience gear, and I'm like, yeah, let's do PvP, and like they would die because they didn't have resilience gear on, and I would, play a little better than them because I did have it on, and they're like, oh, you're dumb for using that resilience gear, and like, but like, it was just the start of that whole idea of like, well, sometimes you just got to do the best thing. Talking smack to the people that kicked you. Man, I felt bad in Legion before I started mythic rating. For the first tier, we had like we remade like our real life friend guild, and I wasn't in charge of it. My cousin was, and he kicked one of my best friends. Not kicked, but benched one or two of my best friends because their damage was so low. I was trying to help him with his damage, but it just wasn't clicking. Again, he didn't really want it. He wanted to play the talents he wanted to play, and Oh, we gotta get out of here. Unless. Just two mages. I don't really want to deal with that. Yeah, that was such a weird pull. Oh well. I can't fight two mages, I'll die. Yeah, I don't really usually brag about damage myself, but that's because like at my guild it really wouldn't matter because my guild had a lot of people doing really good damage. Um, in Mythic Plus, I just meme about it because I should be doing way higher. If like for my eye level for my everything, I should be doing like pushing keys. So I'm not gonna sit there and talk smack that I'm in my 228 gear and a plus 10. I should do the most damage. Yeah, it's also different if it's your guild and they, you said they kicked you at one point. Like that's different. A lot of the top damage people would talk crap to each other in my guild, actually. Yeah, it's definitely a DPS thing. 100%. I think I'm gonna have to go pee again. I'm gonna go way over here. I don't talk to anyone. I don't care what guild. Yeah, guildies are different. 100%. I talked crap just not about my damage. Like I would make fun of people for not doing mechanics and stuff. I would like whisper them and stuff. I got to go pee again real quick. I'll log out so just to stay safe. BRB. Sorry about that. My little guy was talking to me as well. He's excited for his birthday tomorrow. One more ring. Really hoping that would be the ring. Hunter killed everything. There we go. So we turn these two in, then Q for Cathedral. I don't know if I should go this way. Oh no, this is the Horde base. Oh gosh. Let's just see if we can go back. We'll take the long road. See if we can get into a Cathedral group. I can't even queue for Cathedral yet, but I will be able to when I ding, I think. Probably gonna be a little bit short. Oh yeah, a full quest at least. 40 is max. Oh, for Cathedral? I think the last boss in Cathedral is like level 42 or something. You can do Cathedral up to like 45-ish, yeah. I could do it now, I just can't queue for it. Yeah, there was something like in SOD or something about capping out. Can't remember, but I need to find something else to do. Maybe this. We could try to find the courier. We could go to Stranglethorn. I don't really want to go all the way down there. All right. Oh, hopefully this courier spawns. Oh, I missed one. It's unfortunate. I think we still got him. Favorite Christmas song. Okay, so my favorite Christmas song might be a little bit odd, but it's probably, well, let me look up the exact like singer and stuff for one of them. I'll tell you the one I know first, and then I'll look up the other one. There's two that I love a lot. Um, Santa Claus is Coming to Town from Michael Jackson when he was a little kid. I love that song. I don't know why. Um, and then I have another one too, but I want to get the proper artist. Let me look that up. I don't know. I'd have to like literally find it, but I like one of the renditions of "Baby It's Cold Outside," but I'm not sure which one. I'd have to listen to the different ones and hear them all. But those are probably my favorite. And then okay, so and then of course the "Rocking Around the Christmas Tree" or whatever. The It's in Home Alone or whatever. I love that. I might have seen the SNL version of that, but if it's what I'm thinking of, it was from like I don't know a while ago, years ago. Yeah, if there's a new one, I haven't seen it, but if it's the old one, I think I probably have. But yeah, and then like I said, the "Rocking Around the Christmas Tree," the version that's on Home Alone movie. I love that song too. I guess I like a lot of them, but a lot of songs. I wish I could listen to Christmas music while doing this. That would have been really nice. That was not a good time to remember how to forget how to spell. Come on.
Health warning.
Health warning. We good.
Health warning.
We might just grind to 38. This dang courier never spawns. Yikes. Can be a very long respawn, I'm reading. Ooh, there it is. We got it, we got it, we got it. It'd be easy. Tick, 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 tick. Got it. This shall ding me. Then we'll see if we can queue for Cathedral. want to do that yet. Do the range. Can I queue for this? I can. Need to go get training. Thank you, thank you. What do we learn? Okay, that doesn't. Frostbolt, that's good. A new Frostbolt. Explosion, Jade, and Fire Blast. Decimalist is starting to get green. What the head back there? Catagran's the day. Yeah, I know, man. We it makes me laugh because we had a real life friend and we got him into WoW, and I don't know why we were so mean to him, but he would get really excited when he dinged a level or whatever. He'd be like, ding, because he heard us saying ding and stuff like that. We were playing in real life. Oh, sweet, we got a group. Like, we were playing at a LAN at his house, actually. And when he would ding, he was starting a new character, so he was dinging really fast. And we were telling him grass. And we were saying grass, like, instead of grats, like the weed grass. And he's like, why are you saying that for? Like, well, it means like congratulations, grass. And then for like months, when other people would ding, he would say grass to them. It was just so funny. Kind of mean, but funny. All right, I have a really funny story about convincing somebody something. Hold on, I'll tell this. Okay, I was typing real quick. All right, so funny story about convincing people thing. I was probably in, I would have been in 5th grade, I think. 5th or 6th grade in school. I was a very quiet kid in school at this point. Very shy, very introverted, very smart, you know. And we were doing like a group project, and we were out in the hallway. We were out in the hallway, and we were like working on poster board and stuff. And it was me, another. They purposely made the groups like boys and girls because all the boys would always be together, all the girls would always be together. So it was 2 boys, 2 girls, and I I let out a little fart. Like it was very silent, but it was very, very stinky. And you know, I'm a whatever, a shy whatever kid, and the other guy, he was also a little bit shy, but not as shy as me, and but he was very like overweight and stuff, like very overweight. And I didn't say anything at first. I'm just like hoping nobody smells it or whatever. And then one of the girls smelled it, and she's like, "What is that?" And at first they're like, I think at first they asked me, "Is that you?" And I'm like, "Did you fart or whatever?" And I'm like, "No." I'm like, the other kid's name was Zach. I go, "Zach, is that you?" And he goes, "No, it wasn't me." And then he's like, he does the whole whoever smelt it dealt it, and so he blamed like one of the girls, and so everyone's kind of like blaming each other. And then I step in. I go, "Well, listen, if it wasn't the girls and it wasn't me, then Zach, it has to be you." And he literally goes, he goes, "Maybe I did fart." And it was so funny, and I remember feeling so bad. I still feel bad about it to this day. And but he basically tanked the blame for it. It didn't even matter, but it was just so funny. And that kid, it's so sad. He grew up. He wanted to be an FBI agent, and he was like he went to like school for it and stuff. But he actually passed away from health conditions, like really bad health, at a very young age, like in his 20s, I believe. That same kid that I put the fart on, man. Yeah, it's like, geez. He was a good kid too. He was nice, very polite. Yeah, a lot of times it is. He was like born with some issues too. He had some. Well, the weirdest thing. I don't know why I'm talking about this kid so much, but he actually got hit by a car at a young age. Like and it was the car's fault. Like they sued him and stuff like that, and it messed up his legs really bad. So he walked a little funny, and then he was also really overweight, like I mentioned, and he uh he had all kinds of health problems his whole life ever since he got hit by the car. Like when he was really young, like 5 years old or something, he got hit by a car. He's in Desolus. Holy crap. Obviously need the helm. Obviously need that. Don't need that. We'll actually break the 4-hour mark today because this run's going to take a while to get going. Which is good. I need to get used to going a little bit longer. Oh no. The rogue. I just checked. I am locked. Well, luckily we don't need a rogue. Sorry, guys. Darn. I wonder how this lock works because it just says Scarlet Monastery. Oh, yeah. So it just must be. Oh, it just counts them all as one thing. Maybe, hopefully. Hope I don't get there and I'm locked again. That would be terrible. Run up there and check. Because that'd be really weird if you have to do Library, Arms, and Cath at the same group. Because not everybody has time to do 3 dungeons in a row. But I mentioned to these guys that I was locked to Armory, so they should have said something if I can't do Cath. Schmeals is just doing his quest. He don't care. Maybe his Hearth is close by. Oh, we have a Warlock to summon him. That's why. Never mind. Your groups have been interesting in Mythic Plus. Any other you succeeding though overall or timing? You gave up on that? Yeah, the big priority pull. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, if you do that big pull and you lust and you fail it, you might as well just if it's a +10, you can still time it, but it feels bad. That's why if like I said kind of earlier with the halls, like if you're a tank and you aren't sure about it, just do it in 2 parts, and then once you're really good at doing it in 2 parts, do the whole thing together. instead of trying to make it work. I wish we could get more people to tank in the game in general, but it's just in my opinion, it's too hard with the routes and stuff. You have to know a route. That's why I suggested what my suggestion was to Blizzard is that when you open up the map in a dungeon, it get like you can turn on a button and it'll show you just like a recommended route. And then I think more people would tank. Because then at least everyone would be like, okay, this route isn't perfect, but it's the Blizz route. And so, the tank's learning. It's fun in my opinion. It's just like tanking's fun. It's a lot more pressure than DPS. Yeah, Mythic Plus is it's a lot on the tank. It's you have to know the route. You're in charge of like the interrupts. Like everyone plays off of you. It's a lot. I've tanked and healed tens before, but it's definitely uncomfortable. Like I usually like to do some low keys first to like make sure I know what I'm doing. Healing is the most scary. Healing's really easy until it's not. You're in there like, oh, this is easy. I just press my buttons and everyone's full health, and then you get to a key that's a little bit too hard for you, and all of a sudden healing's not easy anymore. Yeah. Ooh, good thing I didn't get PvP flag this time. And I have a bunch of people to buff. Try some mage armor. Yeah, no gate. You gotta do it the old-fashioned way. I thought the summoning stone was really good thing that they added actually, because I hated how much warlocks meant. Like if your group had a warlock, just saved your group like an hour. That's way too powerful if you view time as a resource. So a lot of classic, players don't like the summoning stones, but I do. Okay, an ice block. Wait a second. Why am I locked? I'm so confused how this works. I am locked apparently. I didn't run. This is dumb. That is really dumb. I did arms and library, but I never did cathedral. They're saying it's all one. So you have to literally run, if you wanted to do all four of them, you'd have to run all four of them in a row. So you would have to be committing to play for like 4 hours straight. That is crazy for a normal person to do. That is dumb. Ain't nobody got time for that. Everyone does this. Dude, that's dumb, man. That's a really stupid decision by Blizzard. Why would they not be separate locks? Like, especially, that's just crazy. Especially library. Like, you can't even go into the other two until you do library. But like, I could maybe see an argument for arms and cath being together, but I wouldn't like that argument. But I could see it. That's infuriating. Honestly, that's really dumb. Slug's full. You basically do everything except graveyard. I mean, but like, how many people have time to do that though? To run library, arms, and cath. That's a big commitment. That's like a raid commitment. Kind of nutty. Oh well. Now I know at least. I was wondering why they wanted to do Cath after Arms, because I was like, because the group wasn't really high enough level to do Cathedral. I was like, I'll just find a different group. Nope. I need to go do this. That makes me so mad. Wasted all that time running up there. Twice. So earlier, I tried to do library again, and I had forgotten that I was locked at all. I'm like, oh yeah, there's a 24-hour lock. But I didn't realize it just locks you to all of them. Lizard. Gold. 35. 35 whopping gold. I'm self-found. How much do you need for the mount at 40? $92. Yeah, I ain't making that. I did just train. I mean, maybe I'll have like what, 60, but I definitely am not getting it at 40. Highest character on hardcore. I actually had a 50. My first character on hardcore, so when it first came out, was actually a 58 rep paladin, and I died by getting crit from like 40% to 0 against an elite. It was tragic. Yeah, but I've had a 51 mage, and then just a bunch of levels between 20 and 40 that have died. So 58, 51 are my highest too. I thought for sure it was going to be free on my RET. I took my time and I had a bunch of quests saved up. I did everything safely pretty much. I was doing an elites to be fair, which isn't safe, but I was killing them pretty quickly, so I wasn't too worried. And I still had everything up. I had such high health. I had lay on hands, I had bubble, I had everything. It just crit me down.
It's too far away.
My goal is just to get a 60 on hardcore. Just because I never have. But I don't play classic that much. But I try to. I still had that goal, so I wanted to do it. DVC Hardcore Official, yeah. I know a lot of people wanted that. They'll do it with the add-on and stuff, but I know a lot of people wanted like an official one. You know, maybe they'll change their mind eventually after like the hype of the BC release goes down. I watched like Zaryu a little bit and some of them. So I kind of know the rumblings of all that stuff, despite being a more of a retail guy. No, they don't. They don't have hardcore official for TBC. They're just going to do a add-on thing. But what I was saying is that maybe they'll change their mind after the initial hype goes down. That's what I need. I like hardcore because for me, classic is too slow. But when it's hardcore, it's not as boring because it's like very meaningful. Like it's you have to be careful. It makes sense that it's slow. Yeah, it's definitely more fun. So I played in vanilla, so I I've OG level in classic, but or in vanilla. But when classic came out, I only made it to like level 24 before I gave up. I'm like, this is too slow. But hardcore, I'm willing to put in a little bit more time and stuff because it's more challenging, more fun. Need dried meats. Yes. Eat your dried meat. You do. Which is why I'm also a skinner. I have the weird double tailoring skinning combo. Yeah, I actually just got it recently. I wasn't smart enough to do it ahead of time. I wanted to make I needed heavy leather for silk bags. And I'm like, well, I can't. I had enchanting just for the wands early, but obviously you can't level your enchanting self found because you can't get the rods or whatever self found. So I just got rid of my enchanting and yeah. So I switched it to skinning. But I did. I still like the enchanting early for those wands. Yep. I only knew because I had watched another like content creator, and they had mentioned it. So I knew I wasn't going to be able to keep it, but I keep it the whole time. Yeah. The second one you can get better. I don't even think I ended up making the second one. Talents, I'm full frost right now. I kind of like to do some AoE pulls, but not full AoE. So like I just have some single target, some AoE stuff. But I'm full frost just to be safe. My last mage I made was fire. I tried to fire. Or actually, it was mostly arcane. It was arcane with pyroblast. But I was like, I'm just gonna go safe and make a frost mage. Oh, my camera's in the way. I just realized that. Move that over there. But it's just full frost. Just because I had to put it in something and I didn't care to put it in frost warding. A little armor, I guess, would help, but I was like, eh. Pull it back up. So I'll grab Arctic Reach again, and then I think it'll be time for Ice Barrier, yeah. And then I'll start backtracking on the stuff that I want. I'm pretty much just gonna go full frost. I don't think I'm ever gonna raid or do anything like that, so shouldn't matter too much. Oh, geez. All right, boys. It's about that time. I'll probably turn these quests in after stream, but tomorrow is my son's 4th birthday, so I will be late getting on tomorrow. After the birthday party, I don't know how late, but I'll probably stream later too because I'm gonna start later. But yeah, huge shout out to everybody again stopping by. It's been great. We had, Fuzzy come through, Fade come back through. Hopefully his housing is going well. Mario, of course, always here. We had FFC here at the end come in. Thanks, man. Thanks for coming in. MDS is probably here lurking. Shout out to MDS. Thank you, everyone. I will see you tomorrow after my son's birthday party. Peace.